So, freaking, once again, Ultima has teased us with what I thought was going to be the ending, but of course, that battle with him did not last as long as most Final Fantasy final bosses go. So, we learn more of the past, Ultima, the collective mind that is Ultima, traveled from another planet that was ravaged by the the blight, and so they eventually found the world that we all live in now, called Villistia. Not we, but the characters we. And they were doing an experiment to find a way to get rid of the blight so that it wouldn't keep coming back. They created humans, took a nap, humans being humans, and not having anyone to lead them, decided to make their own destiny, which caused their wills to be generated, created, formed, and then, like that, I don't know, hundreds of years later, thousands of years later, Ultima woke up and saw what had become of the world and humanity, and pretty much said, this is not what I planned, this is not what I envisioned, so I will use the Aether. Oh yeah, they also planted the mother crystals throughout the world to drain the world of its Aether so they could cast a spell which would basically, I want to say, destroy this world, but create a completely new one in a different dimension, I think. But yeah, today we are going to do some hunts. I'm pretty sure after I talked to Joshua on back to their origin, we're a little more side quests are gonna pop up, but I'm gonna do the hunt. I already know where one is, but I'm mainly trying to focus on the items I need for my ultimate weapon, which one of them is this one. I know exactly where that is. This one's back on Ash, Unknown, Sandbreak, and Titan's Wake, Dalmekia. Blood Moon, Usher to the Other World. There's so far only 2 S ranks. This is just the Velcroy told me of a colossal beast they had encountered in the journeys of lion, scorpion, but which area? Okay, well, I'm gonna go see if my damage output and defense can handle this one, because it definitely did not stand up well last time. And I can just world map. I believe it was in this area. Nope. Let's go slay a dragon. Oh, I wish I had my full party with me.
Fly, Ambrosia.
If I die instantly, then I'll know that I should not come back here. I also believe I'm almost done collecting the orchestrion rolls. I believe I only have one more and it's in a chest somewhere. So I might have to end up looking up to see what location, because I feel like I've been everywhere. It's probably one that I bypassed in my early journeys. Okay. Take 3, I believe. Okay, I dodged. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay. What's next? Yeah, that's not gonna work out. Dalamil in. And then I want to go. It's okay during. West Vacroy. West. None of this is. That's north. I know that. Okay, there's no. What? There's no west. Unless I'm. It said one location, but it definitely was not that location. Okay, I'm going over here. Probably should use Titan's counter, but I don't want to.
Straight home now.
Thanatos. It shouldn't be too hard. I already defeated one that was just like it, and it was even stronger.
If it's me you want, I'm right here.
Okay, really? Oh, come. Oh my. Got halfway. There we go. Another one down. And that much closer to level 50. Dark Steel.
And don't come back.
Okay. Eric's. What was the other S rank? I already did Breaker of Worlds. Can't do that one because it killed me. The cross. Okay, I try to find this one, Obelisk. There, it says West Velcroy, but there isn't, unless I haven't like unlocked it yet or something. Let me see. What was it called? The Trice. I thought I did this actually. There's one website saying it's in the West Velcroy, but there is no West. Come on, load. Okay, and this website doesn't even want to... Okay. Is there a... Yes, up there. We're going to try out... I think it was... Yep, Titan. Websites.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
Gonna try out Titan's trial.
Back to the stables, go. It's over.
Come closer.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Load.
No mistakes.
Wind, lightning, earth, wind up, or upheaval. Upheaval, raging fist. Oh wait, I didn't even increase damage by 10%. Reduces cooldown. I'm gonna go with the cooldowns. Okay. And this one's saying the North Desert, southwest of the Watcher, detailed in the full in there. Scroll down. Oh my goodness. Okay. Begin. It's over there. Okay. I think there's 5 stages in all. We're going to be using Raging Fist and Upheaval. That was slow. Only got plus 20 seconds. Raging Fist and Upheaval again. No, wait. Yeah. Wind up. And dang it. Hold on. No, I meant to level these things up because I'm pretty sure I took the upgrades off, which is why they aren't doing that much damage. Oh my goodness. I'm like 10 levels higher. I got a 200. Okay, I guess I am doing better. Yeah. Wind up and upheaval. Yeah, I need to throw points into these abilities so they actually. Dang it. Okay. Earth and Fury, which is on a giant cooldown.
Nice try.
Oh my goodness.
Too slow.
in 3 minutes. Wind up and earth. I need to be at like 5 and 10 because that last one's gonna take a good minute, and I'm already at it. Awesome. And I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Raging Fist, Earth and Fury. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh.
Let's try.
Oh my goodness, come on. Oh my god. Barely made it. I did not deserve this at all. What? What happens if I stay? Why would I stay? Okay. A new level of, oh my god, it just increases the difficulty is now available. Oh, okay, so it's just, and that's at the hideaway. Ugh. Okay. So this enemy should be down here. This chimera.
Let's go.
Woo-hoo. I honestly cannot believe I actually, like, my health was nearly gone.
Time to
No,
fight.
thank you. I'm going this way. Oh, there he is.
We're not going to outrun this one. Stay close, Torwal. Well done, Torwal. Nice try.
Come on.
Too slow. Help me, boy.
No, that. You ain't getting away from me. And level up. I thought I was already at 47. Yeah. I think I still need 3 more.
Should have picked on someone your own size.
Whose is this? I gotta go see. Oh wait, yeah. He's not fully lifting attack. Torgal, how are you not fully pedigreed yet? Before that, let me, because there's one over here. Mimaste. Of Hyperion. I'm gonna try out Hand of Hyperion. And then go figure out what other... Which way are we going? This way. See which one this is.
So sturdy, even
Can hardly make out a blooming thing. All for a sunny day.
Okay, well it was working.
Come on.
Phoenix. Okay. Let me... And then let me put on my Phoenix. Lightning, wind, inferno. Seconds. Rising Flames and Scarlet Cyclone. Oh, I forgot to put on this new... Wait, did I? No? Okay, let's do it. The Trial of Phoenix. Rising Flames and Cyclone.
It's over.
Heat wave. Scott. Heat wave is my favorite. No, oh my god, I don't want it in that location. That took way too much time. Yeah, I'm doing horrible this time around. Heat wave, flames of rebirth. Oh. Oh well. I tried. Okay. More concerned about the hunts that will give me more defense and attack. Okay, what is the other S rank? I think that was the... Okay, I'll go after the goblin then. Was it Goldermish? Estella Willowed. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do story.
There's something about it.
Because it hasn't even given me... Because I'm pretty sure there's more side quests I have to do also.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is.
But I'm pretty sure they lost their
The
minds.
Eikons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
I mean, they
If
were
you
also
do, there's a
being
chance you might lose what you
manipulated,
have
so...
left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to. Does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
Take as much time as you need, brother. Something tells me Ultima will wait.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
And
almost
here
done.
are the side quests. Oh my
Better make
freaking
sure I
goodness.
haven't forgotten anything.
In case you haven't noticed, your poor hound spends all his time of late on the rear deck whimpering like Gav in his cups. Something ain't right, and my gut tells me it's ought to do with his supply of antelope bones. Again!
What is it this time, Torgal?
So... in search of a lost tome. Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter. Albeit one that may be beneficial in your cause, there exists ancient texts deemed so injurious to modern thoughts that mere possession is deemed a crime, and it was a chance encounter with one such tome from a distance that sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require further incentive, know that I am willing to offer in compensation for services rendered.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's only here. Eight, 9, 10. 10 of them.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes, but such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eikon Havel.
I thought he
Eugen.
was retired.
He was.
Interesting
until
first
an
name.
Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
Oh goodness, these quests are
And he's
getting
agreed
very...
to help. On one condition.
Ooh.
That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw.
They're getting
I
very
extolled your many
wordy.
virtues as best I could, of course, but
Lots
the
of
old goat was adamant that he
dialogue.
be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen her.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his Eikons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Oh, the kids
What
again.
do you think happened to Miss Mid?
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stonear.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's
she
going to put Miss
could.
Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
It's a laboratory.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
No, he can do it himself.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Badbach and find the registry.
Badbach.
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Pretty sure I know exactly where that is.
Has Mididol mentioned
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you
Preferably
might find some.
not attached to the
No,
beast.
they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a
Need
piece of light but
information.
durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumor of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Old Bidza. Or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can
Sure.
never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer. Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but But perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Okay.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
Yes,
I'm making
we're
an
going.
exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
There's a lot going on in Waloed.
All right, Toggle. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years.
The
Port is
rookery?
older then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set
Like
eyes on it for
long
that matter.
overdue for
How is it that I
being
haven't heard of this
overthrown.
organization?
Why, secrecy is the Executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing area trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the Executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the Executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
And my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the Executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the Strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Must all of these quests lead me to Waloed? Yeah, I'll do that later. And one more, and I'll be on my way. What you got going on, Joshua?
Ah, Clive.
Where there's a will.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Looks like we're going 2 quests in Rosaria, and the others are all on the island of Waloed. Oh, this was something completely different.
Midsoil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough.
At least I got Joshua.
It's still here. After all these years. Lots more than I remember. And you were a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy.
Barf, barf. Oh, no. This was a growl.
I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy.
Very interesting because I think Josh was only following us because of the quest we have to do with him. And they thought about that and made a scene for him. Or made him a part of the scene. Should he...
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
They have a treehouse on an island.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. In Phoenix Gate.
Someone...
You bring these here? My sparring sword.
Oh.
Well.
How he got to this island is another question.
Did you, boy?
What, Sid brought him here every single time?
Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
Is there more?
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going.
I'm glad you do, because I don't.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Clyde's old sparring sword, salvaged by a faithful friend in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion. 18 winters past. 18 years. Increases Torgal's attack potency. Another treasured item.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
Here, maybe bring in some secret locations. Where was it that Joshua wanted to go? Oh.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you, your father, Elwyn.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
Okay, I was about to say...
What are these plans he spoke of?
No way.
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
Centuries of tradition, not wisdom.
Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you
shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
It is true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Who is this mysterious woman? Confused. Ah. I was like, I don't see anything. Oh, there is stuff in here. I'm not gonna read it.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you.
It's because you're old.
I am
Just kidding.
Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields.
Got it.
Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha.
5
You have
years.
our gratitude.
So late.
For your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady.
Perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these, works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else?
I accept
Of course,
this
my lady.
gift.
May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
But you didn't bring it with you?
Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one.
What?
A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
You up for a hunt?
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Let's go.
Oh wait, you know what? That's the marker I put down. I never removed it. I was like, why is that there? Wrong direction.
Surrounded. Eyes peeled, Joshua. You deserve a rest.
There it is. For House Rosfield.
Let's try. Farewell.
Yeah. Ooh. Only 600, really? Heartstone. Griffin suffers something akin to the crystal's curse, their flesh slowly turning to stone over lifetime and channeling aether. Unlike bears, however, the effect is far more gradual and limited to a sac around their hearts. The slower progress of petrification resulting in a formation of gemstones of rare beauty.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Shawns.
Welcome.
Circle.
Of course.
No. No.
Anything else? A fine choice. Anything else? Take care.
I feel like they need to sort these in some way. Other person.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame, it is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion, and the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me.
And yet it
He informed
lived
me
for
that his Grace's
15
will had been
years.
recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us. For giving my service meaning.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Where? I gotta go do some stuff. Save some peoples.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry. Time to fight. No need to ride from here. There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Always dangerously safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
The Kingdom of Elode hereby designates this facility a prison for the detainment of bearers, both foreign and domestic. Purpose of the facilities is to rear and train Kuza beasts for deployment in the field.
So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
It's a good thing there's no such thing as friendly fire, because she would have been dead.
What?
Oh, we're back where we started.
Locked up tight.
Recommendation concerning Kuza beast deployment. Kuza has long been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it is hoped that successful deployment of the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kuza entrusted to our care. Unfortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bears assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle it conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bears may even be its preferred. Oh my goodness.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared. Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
Oh my, they could have added a stairway on both sides.
No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and... it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
I know
Perhaps
where
it will
it
fit one
goes.
of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Let's see what we can find down here. A survivor. And she sounds close.
So that's 2 survivors over here in this continent.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
I'll put it deeper. I'll send it
It's out
to
there waiting for me. I can't let it live.
It's
Not if
another
it's got a taste for
behemoth.
bearers.
Spam casting meteor. I'm gonna send it to hell. That's as deep as I'm gonna take. Send it. Oh. Who's a beast?
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen. All yours, Tom.
Oh, I forgot about the back swing. Down you go. Ooh. Behemoth Shackle.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
His mouth didn't move. I'm fine. Mm-hmm.
No.
What
is it?
Journal?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Oh, they teleported us back.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Hyde Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
A quest and a mark. 2 birds with 1 stone. Breath of Darkness, gun gear. And look at that, there's another one. Behemoth King. Level 55. Oh my. This might kill us.
This guard dogs. Quite a specimen it is too.
All yours, Toro.
Kill!
Dang it. Oh my.
It's over.
Oh yeah. I need potions yet again. 20,000 experience. And that's 2. I need 2 more and I'll have my item. Or the sword at least.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
King Bahamut. is slain.
Good girl.
Yeah!
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
One potion? Okay, yep, I guess that's it. In the wake of the tragic fire at Caer Novant in 873, and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers and improvise weaponry and assassination techniques, and dispatched promising volunteers to Stone here for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold of Garnick in reinvigorating Waloed's ranks of essential intelligencers.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from a local barracks?
I'm not even gonna try and say that, or Tale of Wyvern. Flower, Blackwood, Botany.
His interests were certainly varied.
The Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Galicia folktales than the humble Moogle, though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps. Most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooth, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest not remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, except the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orb that tops their brow: the fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth. And in the case of the Moogle, the fact may be not so dissimilar from the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm, and the illustration beside the name. Why is it none other than the Moogle? Why, it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the Twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps live among us, hidden far away from human view. The fall of the bearers. The emergence of the first magic adept was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of bearer of the heavenly blessing. The word used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence of their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The Divers nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church, while the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state. They were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meetings by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a circle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation, and decimated the population of men and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the mind of the Velician people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Velicia came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, "bearers are other than human," has its roots in the bitter war that the years before being unblessed only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies. We found it.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Someone's gonna try and stop
Leaving
us.
so soon, stranger. We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
I love how they just
Let's see, shall we?
appear.
Nice try.
You're not keeping this secret buried. The people must know the truth.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait! Damn it. Let's give this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was
They
all
should have
about.
done a smoke bomb. Like, wait. He's gone.
Let's go. Run like the wind. Back to the stables, Carl. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
King of the Load hereby incorporates this institution wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves a service to the state as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to Crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. The graveyard is strictly reserved for the uncursed. Bearer disposal within its bounds is punishable by death.
Disposed of?
Feeding it to the beast. Phase exercises will consist of a press yard. The press yard. 20 sandbags for such duration as instructor shall dictate. Like you just moving sandbags. The furnace. Burn intensity to be gradually increased. Live combat, one of the 3 hellhounds depending on performance.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place.
I have recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by a brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe, but Queries with the military confirmed it, and it was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today, when the children smiled at me, and it was at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table, it was her smile, and the smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a bearer. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wives, all of them, all those children. So many have died in this at my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer. I too must die. It will be the last order I give those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb from limb and inter my accursed corpse beneath the white tree whose crooked hands reach the sky in supplication. And beside me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged. Jeez. So
this reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. Forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Hans, Alfred. Oh, okay. So this is how they died. Hans lichefacate. He was killed by a lich. Alfred succumbed to conditioning. Franz, lichefaction. Paulina, emaciation. I'm not sure. Bruno, disciplined for attempted flight. Joanna, disciplined for attempted flight. Reinhard, succumbed to conditioning. Marta, succumbed to conditioning. Lothar, lichefaction. Dietrich, emancipation. And then nothing in the other year. I said lithification. They were turned to stone. And then emanciation. No, not emancipation. My goodness, freaking emaciation. Okay, they became ill because they either weren't getting fed enough and they withered and died of malnourishment.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery?
He was buried, wasn't he?
It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
For your crimes against the children of the world, I curse you.
Come on!
What?
That's better.
Enough.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
But first, we need to go find our father's helmet at Hawk Cries. I don't know. I'm gonna go do this one down here in the fields of Corvode. I don't know, whatever. Oh.
Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise,
Carava.
where would you hide?
There he is.
Thanks, Cal. Looks like we found him.
Ooh, I punched that head into submission.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Where? Unless it was in Rosaria. Where's this one? Yep, that's where we need to go.
Let's go.
Fly, Ambrosia. Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially what Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting.
You were a child. You grow into it.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward.
To the end.
And to a new beginning.
I'm wondering his victorious campaign to quell the northern uprising. War is coming, my boy. We must make ready. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for... Oh, okay, I thought it was like from now until the end of the game, but no, just until Origin. Okay. Welcome to the party, Joshua. This is how I run things. We go in, we hit hard, and we come back alive. No more dying. I believe make for Origin, meet Havel in the gates of... I want to say that's every... I guess I have to do that one other thing. The gates of something.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. Thank you. Just what I was looking for. You're sure you don't need it? Thank you.
Oh, wait, potions.
What are you looking for? Many thanks. A fine choice.
Do you see that too?
A bad omen indeed.
Please. I'm scared.
Can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I was like, what weapons do you two have?
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him. all yours, Torgal!
Nope. Still got a little bit more.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us. Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can... perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
And got blood? This company.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years.
Yes.
Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
That would be
I
amazing.
know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
Because I'm actually
And
starving
you'd have
right
me
now.
give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Turns. Okay. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. Map. Turn these in, call it a day, come back tomorrow and do all the other little questions.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution. And I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Oh my god,
Of
really?
course, Uncle.
Can't you do this yourselves? Oh, okay. Sometime later, maybe? I don't know, maybe it just I wasn't paying attention.
Will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. 2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Tri-Unity. Rutherford, Mike Will.
Tri-Unity? unifying what
boy,
remains of the
stage is set.
nations.
That it is.
Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Level up. Signed by representatives from Rosaria, Damakia, and Sanbreque. This mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. Breath of... Okay, let's go turn these things in.
It's a damn distraction, is what it is. Now back to work.
Just gotta take you out and I'll have all the items I need.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Continental acclaim. Genji gloves.
Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Increases damage dealt to enemies by 5%.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the Bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Make 'em believe. What? Did it just add something new? Yes, it did. A wailing banshee.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
She's going to
You
make
make it
a
sound like I asked you to save the world or
airship.
something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
But why would
they...
You know what? I don't want to know.
Oh, he
I'll keep
remembered.
working on the model. You go and find that cog.
He remembered he didn't even put it back together the right way, or fully.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Turn this other one in and I'll go back down.
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Sid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
If I may, the bearer registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces. Like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach. And the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering. And in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
Gilda her.
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in
Quiet, child. You know not what you speak. I did not forget. I left it
Since your lesson,
for this very reason.
Disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well, you just wait and see.
It's gonna have flapping wings. I thought she was gonna do like propeller. Oh.
That should do it.
Oh my god, it looks... I'd have to look at a picture, but I want to say it looks just...
Here goes nothing.
That looks very familiar to... Let me see if my computer can actually... Oh, I'm gonna use my phone instead.
Fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't.
Images...
Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad.
Kind of. Final
So sure
Fantasy
this would be the day she sold.
3. Ones with
The Mithril
propellers.
engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without.
No, we need that airship.
Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie.
Final Fantasy 3. That's so, I mean, it takes from a lot of the 1 and 2, but it
Since Joshua and I were
looks
boys.
more like with the
Why do you ask?
oars
I'm
on the
bury
side.
engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one.
Yeah, it looks
Only
more
the most
like
dedicated dreamers will
Final
ever be
Fantasy
able to make it
3's airship. The propellers and the oars on the side.
out. I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
And bringing back the classic.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Aiming high. A toy. Oh yeah, model airship. Oh. This dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave.
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Sound advice.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin,
Bart.
suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
Hold on. Nope. Vast structure that lay dormant beneath the crystal dominion for countless centuries. When Ultima's scheme reached its final stage, it was summoned from the depths, sowing untold destruction and leaving bleak black skies in its wake. It eerily resembles a mother crystal.
Has Mitadol mentioned a new project yet?
This is where this episode comes to an end until next time.